So we're gonna let you in tune with the teachers at 5%.
Something I've like been around, but never had the opportunity to get more knowledge about. My pops when he was younger, the Southern family, they were all not 5%, but they were teachers on campus. So they were pretty military. Just something I was doing, whether it's music, watching stuff, talking to him, talking to my family, just hearing about it, experiencing it. So just see how they talk, when they walk, and then how does they talk. It's pretty interesting.
So what piqued your interest to
Okay. Well, yes. Yes. We'll have a nice Sunday.
what really piqued your interest to
Yes.
come around and learn down there?
How you feel?
I've been away, like for a while. I was in college for like 4 years. I was just on my own out there. Coming back, I got to see my family, what my pops want, have a conversation about it, like hearing teachers that I knew nothing about. Just the knowledge that comes with it. Like, I feel like we basic conversation on person. Just feel like that was deeper into it. Because it piques my interest. Like hearing about it and seeing it or reading about it makes me want to do something with it or do something like to know more. When I sat in class, I had a conversation with one of the teachers and just like interacting with the class. It's all pretty interesting. I feel like I learned a lot.
So what you pick up so far?
I don't know any of the structured teachers as far as like the Supreme Alphabet or Supreme Mathematics, whatever it stands for. But I do know about like what I can hear you tell me about Allah, how standard for all black, how God is a black man. You speak about herbs. How did the black woman? How they balance each other. We were speaking about some of the conditions. I can't hear you speaking about how it was a TV show and how people hear that they think negative of themselves. Negative connotation as well.
5%.
Oh yeah, it was. I had walked in the middle of the conversation. I think they were talking about the show or something, but they were using language of 5%, and it was he's basically just speaking about how if people were to hear that, then due to the negative conversations that's used for in the show, it'll be correlated to the people who actually don't know about 5%. So like the ignorant would just pick up on something, thinking it's associated with something else from the business.
Yeah, see, it's one of those things where the narrator, you know what I'm saying, is kind of, they giving you a character in their story. You understand what I'm saying? And that might be what this character represents in a story, you know what I mean? But that don't necessarily, that's just their experience. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like a person that's allergic to fruit. You know what I'm saying? In their narrative that they're gonna tell you, fruit is horrible. You understand what I'm saying? It's so, like I'm saying, I just say that, you can't, I can't say maybe the people that was 5% that was around the person that's narrating that story, maybe that is how they were. I can't say, you know what I mean? But just to put that part out there, right, without, putting any of what the foundation of what we really about, you know what I'm saying, can become unbalanced. See what I'm saying? Because in the same way that, we say with everything in terms of Hollywood, you know what I mean? They painting certain pictures that travel with us, no matter where we go, people see us a certain way. You know what I mean? Rather, in the standpoint of Americans, Black people that's here in America, from the standpoint of New Yorkers, you know what I'm saying? All of this is, like you said, you was away at college. You tell people you from Harlem, certain people would probably kind of get a certain image. They asking you, drug dealers and shit. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's the image that they saw. You know what I'm saying? So, that is something that, it would be, it would be, it would be better if we got an opportunity to tell our own story. You know what I mean? Because when you just see, a small part of the story, right? Sometimes it's hard to even tell who's the good guy, who's the bad guy.
You control the narrative of the story.
Yeah, so that's what happens. Yeah, and so for a lot of people, when in their movies, they'll put us in there in like some sensationalized aspect. You know what I'm saying? We're always the drug dealer in the story. You understand what I'm saying? So
But I think that comes from, of course, I'm not. Like, just me, like being a consumer of like entertainment. I think that comes from like hip hop.
It comes from hip hop. I'm gonna tell you what else it comes from. It comes from those people and that being what they was doing. Meaning, if they was the type to be around the library and not on the corner where drug dealers was, they would know the 5% that was at the library. You see what I'm saying? All the 5% wasn't there. Just like with young brothers from Harlem. If they maintained around the brothers that went away to college, you understand what I'm saying? They would have a different view of all the brothers in Harlem. But if all they see is this image that, Alpo and, this person, that person, and American gangster, and that's, what you hearing from there, you know what I'm saying? If all you hearing from California is gang banging, then, if somebody comes out and speak intelligently, it shocks you. But it just shows you how powerful those images is. You know what I mean? When we say understand it as a clear mental picture, a person is actually drawing that picture for you, especially when they show you the image, the power of it, right? Where it's less of your own mental power that you're using. You know what I mean? Like if you're reading a book, you gotta use more of your mental power. Like if you say, this person shouted that, you got to picture how that person sounds, you know what I mean? But once you get to the radio, you don't have to use that level of your mind. You see what I mean? See now that, they got shit where you can feel the fucking, virtual reality and all that shit. You understand what I mean? So now they totally taking your own, creative power, because we all talking about all this digital shit. But I'm saying, like, think about games that kids just play. You know, that they just make up, give them X amount of toys, and then they got some game that they play. You understand what I'm saying? They gotta use their whole creative power. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it might not seem like a big stretch, but you know, even that you gotta go and find a stick that looks like a sword. So you, you understand what I'm saying? All of that, and then you're doing Star Wars or whatever it is. You see what I'm saying? But that's still using your imagination. You know what I mean? Like when you go around a different neighborhood, the kids might play the same game, but they got a little bit different rules. You see what I'm saying? Because they put their heads together over there instead of just how we want to play. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, that. See me, I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? Being, you know, a person having a misunderstanding, right? You know, this we got a saying amongst the 5%. It's better to have an understanding than be understood. You see what I'm saying? So look, I understand why you think what you think. You see what I mean? That's easier for me than for me to go try to explain to you. You know what I'm saying? That look, you got 5% that just graduated in June with their masters. You know what I'm saying? We got 5% that just graduated in June, top of the class, #1, valedictorian. You understand what I'm saying? But because you on the corner, you don't see those 5%.
So,
Yeah, see, we got 5% that's engineers, we got 5% that's lawyers, teachers, principals.
I just got my engineering degree.
You know what I'm saying? All right, that's peace, right? You know what I'm saying? And which kind of civil or electrical? All right, yeah, that's peace. You know what I'm saying? You know, people don't think like that. You know, when they think of the young brother, they got a certain image, you know, and that's something that I'm seeing that they doing right now. They don't so much control the action as they just advertise certain action. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's certain things that was always going on. You see now, all of a sudden, because you want to, you had all these people saying defund the police, right? So now you start covering every shooting. You understand what I'm saying? 2 years ago, you wasn't doing that.
That is true.
You know what I mean?
It's true. It's a way of, I don't know, like I feel like once you had that sort of what do you do? Like what can people do against it? Like if we don't control the narrative.
Well, for one thing, the people gotta stand up. That kind of leads into one of the topics that, I was going to deal with in today's class, right, is the vaccine mandate that they just came into, right? It's one of those things where the people got to stand up. Like the people got to say, nah, we're not doing this. You see what I mean? It's one of those things where, and this is a dispute, right, in terms of constitutional law, right? There's a point in the Constitution where it says that, okay, these are the rights of the federal government, right? All other rights is reserved for the people. You understand what I'm saying? Now, does that the states claim that the people mean the states? So the state government is saying that all those rights is ours. Like that's one of the debates about, for instance, gun control, where the people that want guns are saying, no, when it says the people, that means us, the people, individuals. But the people that's saying that it's the state is saying, no, that means the state militias, the state, the government is supposed to be controlling, the state government is supposed to be controlling certain people to go against the federal government. So that's a dispute in a lot of,
I didn't know about that.
huh?
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's one of the kind of legal arguments in it. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of the same things right now with this kind of thing. You see what I mean? Where the states, right, and the municipal governments is passing down something and they saying, yeah, we got the right to make you do that.
But the other side, we got the right.
The other side is, yeah, it's that rights is reserved to people. I'm supposed to be secure in my papers. You're overstepping the bounds of where your rights end. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, and that's just one form. But it's just that you know, see in the 5%, right? We've disavowed the concept of supernatural or outside intervention.
So,
Yeah.
what you mean?
I mean, you know, that, you know, if we're good enough Christians, then Jesus is gonna come back and save us. You know what I mean? If we're good enough Muslims, then Father and Elijah is gonna come back and get us. You know what I mean? You know, it's things that we're gonna do right here. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, I'm not religious, but I'm saying that the meaning that you get or that I get from these stories that it's always telling you, right, is that it's somebody that rises up or a group of people, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times they give you a name, right? But that name really represents a group of people, you know what I mean? Just like when they say Martin Luther King of Malcolm, it was other people, you know what I'm saying, that was supporting that too, you know what I mean? But that was the tip of the spear. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, when King David came and saved them, he was one of them. You understand what I'm saying? When Moses saved, he was one of them. You understand what I mean? And you know, that's just in the biblical sense. But I'm saying, you know, Harriet Tubman was one of us. You understand what I'm saying? It's people that they created by the condition that they people is in. You understand what I'm saying? Like if Harriet Tubman, people wasn't enslaved, she would have been great doing something else. You understand what I'm saying? But because that was the condition, right? She had to grow up through that, and then that created in her mind where she knew now this is what I gotta do. You understand what I'm saying?
That's my pops. Like his side of the family, every time we used to grow up and growing up, like it was never religious. They were talking about they was never waiting on the white Jesus to save them. Like everything's talking about, you feel me? We got the power to do anything we need to do in our own lives. Like we could control what we do, control what's going on. But it's just other people being united together, doing shit together.
And see, that's what you gotta do. You gotta look at that example, right? Because see, a lot of times, you know, you gotta look at the history of these things and see different things, you know what I'm saying, like you know, free breakfast at school and all of that comes from the parents. You understand what I'm saying? There's different things that you know, they don't tell you that history, but yeah, it's people, you know, groups of men and women, you know, different societies, you know what I mean, you know, like self-help groups that be in the community, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, they come together and they do certain things, you know what I'm saying, they come together and say, yo, we're gonna build a school in Harlem. You understand what I'm saying? You know, that was actual groups of people that, you know, yeah, we're gonna found our own town right here and have businesses and all of this stuff right here. You understand what I mean? But you know, a level of self-sufficiency, right, is you know, it's not present right now because of how easy life has become. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, we don't uh just let's say just like food, right? You don't have to go farm. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? But so it's like on the one hand, that makes it easier, right? But it also makes you dependent upon the person who's supplying that in the supermarket.
Yeah, man, I get what you said. Like, the more accessible things are, people don't do them. But like, they don't realize, like, once you get out of the space to actually have to do things for yourself, it's something just pushing you back in the flow.
Yeah.
Like, I could do all the easy shit because it's here, and I could get on the list because it's right here. But it's easy to get it. But it's like, once you actually try to do it on your own, you realize, oh, I don't do this shit the same. I forgot how to do this.
Right. And see, and that's where they want people, where the people can't come together, right, and make a decision. You know what I'm saying? Or the people, they can think about all the, trials and tribulations this is going to be, you know what I mean? If we stand up and say, okay, this is what we demanded right here, you know what I mean? Because, I'm saying that you have smaller populations of people, right, that, get their demands met.
For sure.
You understand what I'm saying? But, right now, that's kind of what's happened is, and, for good and bad, I'm not saying all of them was 100% what we wanted, you know what I mean? But those type of groups, right, that was around, you know what I'm saying, like kind of those, aid societies, you know what I mean, the NAACP and the Urban League and stuff like that, is gonna have to be new ones formed, you know what I mean, amongst the young people. You know what I mean? The problem right now is young people is being beat to the punch by commercial kind of people. You understand what I'm saying? Like the type of people that started groups like Black Lives Matter, that, your goal was that.
This is they getting for the newspaper. And they want money. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, the type of commercial people that I'm saying, their priorities is a little bit different. You understand what I'm saying? And the people who kind of they gotta be beholden to. You understand what I mean? It's one of those things where that's a change, right? That the people in your generation is gonna have to learn to deal with. I mean, all the people, but y'all got certain things y'all gotta activate. You see what I'm saying? Is that they're no longer obscuring information from people. They're overloading people with information. You understand what I mean? So now you got to deal with that level of problem solving. How they say, like, all right, you got to look at all this stuff, and then you got to see which of this stuff is even useful to the solution before you even. Yes, what I'm saying. That's how they do it now. You know what I mean? They hit you. So all of these things become like your thoughts become divided. You see what I mean? So now, if you say, yo, we want to fight for,
You're good.
we want to fight about the housing for original people, you know what I'm saying, for the brothers and sisters that have been in Harlem, historically, right? See, somebody's going to come in and say, yeah, we need to fight for, women's housing. Like, and it's like, now you splitting it up. to where now we start bickering with each other, right? And now we never have the power that we had when everything was one.
Yeah, I was talking to my business about that. It was just like it's hard for a lot of Black people to do anything. There's too many agendas all at once. It's like there's a lot of different knowledge out there. Everybody got their own different agenda. Even though we all trying to work towards the same thing, but it's like you can only tackle one thing at a time. But every time you try to do that one thing, someone else always jumping in like, nah, we can do this. And too many people have too many different agendas. None of them are gonna work. But that just comes with it, like you said, the multitude of knowledge that's out there.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And just the way they, flood everything, with 1,000 different, 1,000 different theories of where the pandemic came from. So now, it's difficult to say which one is what. You understand what I'm saying? That's something that the new technology allows them to do. Like I said, now they got so many different ways to paint the picture for you now. You understand what I'm saying? And so what you really have is a understanding that they gave you, like, understanding something right now, right? It's kind of like the presidential election. Where you look, you think this dude or this dude, which way you want to see it? This way or this way? What if you want to see it another way? Nah. That's you messing everything up. You just gotta see it this way.
It's fed to you. It's inorganic.
Yeah. So that's in terms of what the people have to do. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too that the people do that I can tell you one of the times historically, right, that illustrates my point, clearly, right, is the amount of Black people that stayed on the plantation after slavery. Like when that system was destroyed, you did everything you could to keep it going. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just like I was saying, you realize you were so dependent on it, and now you want it to come back. Because now the fear of the unknown is stronger than the fear. Yeah. But see, you gotta remember that fear of the unknown was planted in you. Because what you scared of it for, you don't know what it is. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's what they did in terms of how that applies, in particular on the plantation. They have been teaching them all this time that you need to stay here. It's too dangerous for you out there.
And the crazy thing about that, some people won't even realize it's that.
Yeah.
They just think that, oh yeah, I'm staying here because
no, they just playing in your mind. You see, I had to beat you sometime when you get out of line. You see, those other white people, they evil, man. They ain't like me, man. You don't want them to catch you. You know what I mean? What you gonna do then, man? You ain't smart enough to get out of it. I stay right here. A couple of niggas trying to escape, they send it back with his foot chopped off. You know what I'm saying? That's that. So that fear was planted in you. Both fears was planted in you. You see what I'm saying? So, but just in general, it's one of the things where it's not a physical thing. It's a mind control thing. So with everything that's mind control, it's just a matter of people not going according. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
It's also about like what you consume too. Like people listening to, people watching, people seeing, where people at.
I mean, they've been able to clamp down on that now. Yeah. You know what I mean? To some degree. I mean, it's still airwaves is out there, but they still have the power to highlight certain things. You see what I'm saying? And so it's certain things that they can put out there, and it's like, okay, the people that are consuming that, we know we don't have to worry about them doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're not about to, you know what I'm saying? Go past Twitter. You understand what I'm saying? And even that's one of the reasons they got Twitter.
I believe it.
Is to listen, is to make people feel like they're venting.
I told my man, I was the biggest problem with the internet is that it gave people, like, and a lot of people think they're like, their opinion matters.
Yeah. So look, but see, this is the thing though. You can tweet directly to Trump.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
they give you that platform.
But see, listen.
I think it's important.
That's what democracy and communism and socialism is. See, when you had the monarch system, right? The monarch was the whole of the law. Whatever I say, that's how it is. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So what happened is, anytime things got tight, the people came for the monarch's head. And in the late 1700s, going to the 1800s, all the way up to they hit the guy in Russia, right, the Tsar, right? It started happening too much. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, guns is out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, guns wasn't like that before the 1800s. So now I can shoot you from over here. See, before we got a sword fight. And the average person, you're not trained in sword fighting like a noble royal person. So you don't really stand that much chance. But now that I can throw a bomb from over here, now we don't like this. You understand what I mean? That had to be put to a stop. So we have to find a way to preserve our wealth, right?
See how it's connected.
While making the people believe that they're having some recourse against the ruling class. And so the way you have that recourse is now you vote, right? But the person you voted for is really a face of entrenched interest. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm putting it together.
So yeah, they put all this stuff together, but see, that's what I'm saying. When you study the history of it, you know what I mean? It's one of the things where, okay, now you know how to take it apart. See, when you didn't put something together, you gotta figure out where all the screws is at and everything to take it apart. You know what I mean? But if you studied it, you know what I mean? Like, you did electrical engineering, so it's certain things, you're like, oh, this is this kind of unit, boom, boom, you know how to break it right there. Because you studied it. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing. When you gotta look at the ways how we came in this condition, right? And it's a whole bunch of them. It's not like one thing happened. You know what I mean? We took mentally, physically, religious stuff, economic, it's dietary, we've been hit in so many angles.
Last time I was here, last time he was here, I was telling him my pops was reading this book. It's called When Cyrus Ruled New York. And it's basically, we talking about like the differences and classes and how Peter Stuyvesant, like, he had this big name, like, Stuyvesant and all that. And how this rich guy, but originally he was never rich. He was a poor man who lied to everybody, changed his name, told everybody his family was rich, and started doing different customs. Like, his family had different traditions to like show that he was different from the rest of the people in town. So that's why we get things like eating 3 times a day. They were doing that to show like, oh, we have more food than y'all. Or we eat with silverware, like forks and spoons, because we have class. So they were creating that division the whole time. Like, they was lying. They were poor, just trying to put on this facade to create that division. And people don't even know where that comes from. And it just led to everything now. Like, now people eat 3 times a day with silverware and stuff like that. That comes from things from that. But it's like, if you don't know about that type of stuff, how can you find out the history?
Right? And then see like what you just did right there that's another, when people is tracing the history, right? Is Like, see, we in America, right? We go to American school, right? And you know, American is a extension of the British, right? So we kind of get a British version of history. You know what I mean? The problem is our condition is not just based on the British. See, so right there, you just went into some of the Dutch history. You know what I'm saying? Because all of these different things had an impact, you know what I mean? And having all of this knowledge is you know, how you're gonna have to be able to combat the thing, because see, everything now is you know, they smooth about everything that they do. Yeah. You know what I mean? See, they do things in a way now, right? Like, see, before, they thing was just you know, look, manifest destiny, American exceptionalism. You know, we had to fuck somebody up, they deserve it. You know what I'm saying? You know, the new way now, right, is we go into a country, we look in there, right? We find some people that's not in power. For whatever reason, it could be a good reason they're not in power. We find some people that's not in power, right? And then we start putting on the news all of the ways that these people is oppressed, right? And then we get the people to say, yeah, we need to liberate those people. How can we allow those people to suffer like that? How can we be America and allow those people we get them to ask us to invade? And then we go and do the same shit. But we get them to ask us to do it. You see what I mean? Just like with this you know, pandemic stuff, people is asking for stuff that 2 years ago they never would have went for. You know what I'm saying? That once we, you know, that's how everything now is by mind control of them convincing you that this is really your idea. See what I'm saying? Like, you know, one way or the other, I don't know where you fall on the 9/11 thing. But see, you really wanted to go over there. You did that, and then that made people say, "Now we gotta go over there." we need to be over there yesterday. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, that's how. So you know, you gotta, you know, you gotta look at the history, right, and analyze the history, but don't forget that in your time, they doing things that we never even seen before.
Yeah, it's different. It's a different reach. But the crazy thing about it is everything's right in front of you.
Yeah,
You just gotta see it.
you gotta see it, and that's the trick part.
Everybody, I don't. Sometimes I be questioning is like, you wonder if people do see it and they just turn a blind eye to it and keep it moving, or people actually don't see it. But either way, I don't know which one is scary.
See, we got a lesson, right? That says he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. And see, you know, when we say the nothing, we just mean things of no you know, real universal intrinsic value. You understand what I'm saying? You know, that's one of the things that happened after civil rights, you know what I mean? Because, you know, they doing something, right? But, you know, we talking about people that, you know, they don't, you know, this is not by accident. You know what I'm saying? We talking about cats that's hardcore. So if we give you something, right, we looking for a way to get that back. You know what I'm saying? We looking for a way to balance that out, because whatever we give you, right, we cannot lose. We can't take us down. See, that's the limit of, you know, whatever friends you may have, and, you know, for, you know, is, yeah, I'm with, you know, everything Black Lives Matter. But if they have to give up something, you understand what I'm saying? Then nah. See, this is barrier. You gotta understand we all got opportunity. You understand what I'm saying? That's so that's always where you're gonna see the line drawing at that. And just in general, I mean, yeah, it's put like this. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough because there's so many things that happen. You know what I mean? That even like I said, coming out the civil rights movement, one of the things they did, right, is they increased the nothing. Like the things of no real value, right? That they got people going out, you know what I'm saying, to spend all not just money, but time, attention, and energy on. You understand what I'm saying? You also got, the whole the crack era in the prison thing, you know what I'm saying? That's another thing that it did. The brothers that would have continued what was going on from the 60s and 70s, you know what I'm saying, is caught up in one of those things now. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, it's some things like that type of this type of energy and the type of knowledge and the type of network, there's something that you need in order to make those kind of movements. You see what I'm saying? Has been negated. You understand what I mean? So that's the kind of thing that's got to be built. But like you said, in my opinion, the internet is one of the things that's in the way of that. You know what I mean? Because people think they in tune with each other, but they really not. You know what I'm saying?
And the crazy thing is, people I talk to now, they're around my age, and they always talk about when they take breaks from social media, breaks from the internet, they feel productive, they feel like they're actually doing stuff. But it's just I think you're not supposed to be consuming as much of the internet as you do on the daily. So for you to feel productive outside of that just means something to you. All right, this is clearly stopping you from seeing a lot, doing a lot. But yeah, people still going to consume.
I mean, that's what it is. It's like I said, the level of the nothing, you know what I'm saying? Is, when anybody, you got a situation where, in the 60s, right? Every level of society is in rebellion. You understand what I mean? How do we get this shit back under control? How do we get this shit to where we got it right now, right? Where we can say, boom, and you go do what we actually do. We didn't even actually, we just put it right there. We just put this right here. It said, boom, and you went and grabbed it and did what you You understand what I'm saying? So, that's one of the things that they did. They put so many things out there that distract people that, make people not necessarily want to destroy, these kind of systems and things that's oppressive. Yes, I mean, it makes them just want a better position. You understand what I'm saying?
That is true.
So it's like, so it's cool if the white man stays as long as I get a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? If I got the sneakers in the car, you understand what I mean? Then, we tolerate that. You know what I mean? That everybody else needs to think like I think. You know what I'm saying? And then we can, all this will be over. You understand what I'm saying?
But black people got their own way of dividing each other. Yeah. It's obviously some of the division in something. And even, I feel like even if you took white people out of the equation, it's all right.
Well, see, that's our teachers, though. Yeah. Is that white people actually came to exploit those separations that already existed amongst us. You understand what I'm saying? And Also, when you look at it historically, you see that's the science, is that they was able to, they didn't necessarily divide and conquer. They came amongst people that was divided and they conquered them. You see what I'm saying? The tribalism that was going on everywhere they went, everywhere where they went to do colonialism, it was the tribalism and the fact that those people were separated. So this is why a couple of ships of Europeans, you understand what I'm saying? Because they was exploiting separations that already existed amongst us. You see what I mean? And so that's, I'm saying with our teaching is that that's one of the lessons of them even existing, right? Is to show us that so that we could overcome it. Yeah, that's the teachings about Yaqub. See, a lot of people don't understand the teaching all the way. You understand what I mean? And a lot of people don't understand this teaching all the way. This is something to teach us about us. You see what I'm saying?
My thing is like, I can see, and like listening to what you're saying, I can see my pieces together, but of course I don't have to know to a certain time, so I don't see everything fully. But I'm definitely connecting everything that you're saying. And like, it's crazy. Because my thing is, when it comes down to, I think we talking about less and less, it gets to a point, it's like, what do I do? You put people on to what they should really be looking at, or do I keep going? At what point do you find
we live in a rough part of the cycle. You know what I'm saying? Because who I'm saying is this. If you're there in reconstruction, you live in a good part of the cycle. You know what I mean? But after reconstruction, it's different. You in the bad, you're in a rough part of the cycle. You know what I'm saying? When your clan and all of that shows up, if you there in the 60s and you marching on Washington, you in a good part of the cycle, we doing work. You know what I mean? If you there in the crack era, this is a rough part of the cycle. You know what I'm saying? And so that's just in terms of people coming to the realization of the things that's going on and then bringing about a change in them. A lot of times it takes time. You know what I mean? Even for, to the extent that, every level of freedom that comes about, right? The people that's there, that they experience that change to the new degree of freedom, is everything is free to them. But see, there's another younger generation that's gonna say, that's some bullshit, man. What you mean we free to do that? That's it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Meaning like, look, on the day that slavery was over, right? Those brothers probably wasn't thinking about voting. They just said, fuck voting, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta get to work for my ass. That's enough freedom for me. You see what I mean? But by the time they children come along, like, nah, that's some bullshit. We never supposed to be enslaved anyway. Go by the rest of this shit.
I was realizing that, like, how far, like, generation wise, like, whether it's pops or grandfather, moms, grandmother, like, we're not that far removed from that generationally. So I just feel like that's why it seems like, so it's like, that's why I think that's why I'm able to see, like, how this shit is kind of rough, but I can see how it might lead into other places as time goes on. Like, even after, you feel me, like the generations, I feel like younger people, though some of their ignorant to a lot, there's some people who are able to pick up on like those little things that aren't in front of you, and pick up on like those little injustices or those little subtle, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give you this, but it comes with this. People starting to pick up on it. So I was just wondering, I don't even know how to go about that.
Well, like I said, when you're dealing with the cycle, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where, how Harriet Tubman, she has that quote where she said, I could have saved more people if they knew they were slaves. You know what I mean? So the people had to be ready Yes, I mean, like, say like the things that was happening in the 60s, that's because the people was fed the fuck up. Yes, I mean, all over America, I mean, you can tell from how it went down. People was fed the fuck up, like everybody was there, where every fucking straw was breaking the camel's back. You understand what I'm saying? The people was ready to do that type of action. Like, dude, you gonna give us something more? We gonna it's gonna be like for a lifetime. You understand what I'm saying? You know, the people ain't ready right now.
That's what
You see what I'm saying?
That's what we first actually get it. I'm talking about like the way they walk, the way they talk. It's just like even being able to have this conversation with you, it's not something like have a conversation with just like any regular person. You know what I'm saying? It just have like a certain type of understanding of like even if you're not saying things with full detail, I still be able to connect with myself and learn the things from that. But having a conversation with somebody else, if they was in here and they wasn't ready to receive that knowledge or like open to learn something, they would think you just talking nonsense.
Yeah.
So it's just like,
You know, like, see, everybody's gonna learn. You know what I'm saying? But some people is able to learn the easier ways, and some people they gotta learn the hardest way, which is to go through it repeatedly. It's hard. Those are the hard. But listen, they all eventually learn. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of if you learn with enough time and energy left to take advantage of that lesson that you learned. You understand what I mean? But you know, everybody like, look, you know, they can tell you, look, don't touch that fire. You can learn from that. You know what I'm saying? Or you can go ahead and get burned. You see what I'm saying? So some things is gonna have to be like that, unfortunately, where you know, because you know, I don't know if you say fortunately or unfortunately, but just the phenomenon exists that you know, a common enemy, a common problem brings about unity faster than a common cause. It's not necessarily a stronger unity. You understand what I mean?
but it's unity.
It'll build unity faster. You understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, when you have, you know, kind of when this cycle of illusion has ended, you know what I'm saying? Because remember, we, you know, talking about American history, when I say the cycle of illusion, I mean, you know, the economy crashed periodically. That's just a characteristic of it. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, whenever that time comes where this illusion is over, you know what I'm saying? That you know, this you know, kind of the importance of the nothing that I said, you know what I mean? When the importance, when the true value of the nothing is made evident, you understand what I'm saying? Then you will see more people that's you know, receptive to it, you know. You know, the other thing is, you know, leadership, right? As opposed to leaders, right? Meaning, a lot of times, the young kids, right, they follow the negativity, right? Because it appears, right, that the people that's doing negativity got something to show for it. And a lot of times, the people that's doing positivity got less to show for it. You understand what I'm saying? So as people go and be successful, even just to say, you know, if you've been in the community as an electrical engineer, you know what I mean, as a brother that went to college, you know, people seeing, you know, the kids saying, oh man, you know, I got into that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when all of that comes to a head, you know, then you will see the people but right now, yeah, we just are part of the cycle where you know, the illusion is strong, you know, and like I said, you know, they're constantly adjusting. So, you know, the TV that the little kids is watching now, right, is more powerful than the TV that I watch. You know what I mean? Because now they've done 1,000 psychological studies and focus groups and all this stuff. Yeah, they know exactly how a kid is going to react down to the colors that they put on the characters. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, that's the battle. You know, it's a whole, you know, even the amount of time, you know, that you just spend in their world. You know, like even like I was saying earlier, right? Now look, when you play a video game, right, you're using very little of your imagination because the game that you're playing has already been imagined by the people who programmed it. You see what I'm saying? So you're spending all that time, you know, then you watch TV, then you get on the internet. You understand what I'm saying? Then you go to school, you know, your whole life is spent immersed in that. Yeah. See, all those is, you know, I don't want to sound spooky, but those is like spells that need to be broken.
That's for sure. For sure. For sure. I would go about like 8 in one night or just
More knowledge of what?
I mean the teachers that like the teachers that you know as far as like
Oh yeah, you gotta be counting 5%. You know what I'm saying? Because see, like the things, you know, when I explain something, right, that's from the way that I experience the world. You see what I mean? Because of a certain mindset. You know what I mean? Like you know, when the boss, right, and the janitor, they go to work in the same building for the same company, you know, they having a different experience because of their whole mindset and who they are and how they apply themselves here. You see what I mean? So, you know, it's like I tell people, you know, when I used to be in a Christian church, right, the people, because they had the mindset of slaves, they identify with all the slaves in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? You see, I'm God. So that's my mindset. When I see something in the Bible now, I'm not the slave. I'm God. I'm not the one getting smited. I'm the one doing the smiting.
that's what I was thinking about like
Yeah, that's why I said, you know, I mean, you know, just coming around, you're gonna learn more. But I'm saying to get the knowledge, you gotta become a 5%. You know what I'm saying? You know, our you know, protocol, the way we go about it is you know, we fast 3 days, you know, and then we start studying the lessons. You know, we fast 3 days, you know, to show and prove our mind power. You know what I mean? To just like I'm saying, you know, all these different things that people is getting caught up in, right? Because if you don't have control over yourself, you don't even know, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you eat just for taste when you're hungry. You understand what I'm saying? All these different things. So if you can control something that's actually a life necessity, you understand what I'm saying? Then you will be able to have mind power to control this piece. You will be able to have mind power to control all this other stuff that you don't need, but they throwing at you to make you think you need. You understand what I'm saying? You show and prove, man, that you know this right here is a vehicle that is under control of this. You know what I'm saying? The mind. That's why we fast 3 days. You know what I mean? Also, don't get me wrong, you know, there's aspects of purifying the body. You understand what I'm saying? You know, learn discipline, you know, all of these things goes along with it. But the main thing, man, is you know, you gotta have experiences, just like I just said, you know, there's a way I experience the world. You gotta have experiences to be able to say that, you know, yeah, you was God in that situation. You know what I mean? You reacted the way God reacted in that situation. You know what I mean? Over the course of that 3 days, you mastered that science. You know what I mean? And then from there we get the lessons, right? Start out with supreme mathematics, supreme alphabet, then you get to 120 lessons. You know what I mean? 120 lessons, you know, just like a lot of other books, the Bible, etc. Those are just books about when good people and evil people mix together and all the different things that happen. You know what I'm saying? And then you study those lessons, right? You study those lessons from a perspective of knowing the supreme mathematics. You know what I'm saying? And being able to break the lessons down according to the supreme mathematics, right? So then what you're doing, right, is you analyzing the way good and evil interact in all these different situations, right? So now when you walk outside and this situation occurs around you, right, you can apply the mathematics in real time right there. That's how I mean 120. That's what we use to practice, right, our skill and ability with supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet. You see what I mean? Because, you know, and then also the science of, you know, supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet, right? You know, in some way applies to everything. Like, see, right now, this room is a certain square feet. See what I'm saying? We certain height, certain weight, certain age, you know, all these is yeah. You see what I'm saying? And one of the reasons why you can deal with mathematics is, or one of the properties of mathematics, right, is that it's infinite, right? There's no lowest number or highest number, but it's definite because one can't be 540.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you can use it, and then the way the numbers all interact with each other, you can use it to explain the myriad situations that go on. You know what I mean? Because no situation is going to be exactly the same, right? But you will be able to calculate the mathematical difference between them. See what I'm saying? So, you know, that's how we learn how to use mathematics. You know what I mean? And then, so now the things that's in the lessons, like see how we're saying that, okay, that's one of the lessons in the lesson, right? Or that's one of the lessons in our syllabus of things that we study, right? Is about Yaqub coming to exploit the separations that we already had amongst us, right? That was causing us to be stagnant, right? So that we can see that those separations exist, right? Now, once you study that, right, through the lens of supreme mathematics, now when you're in a situation where you see separation, you're gonna be able to say, yo, you know something? Let's end all the separation for somebody to come take advantage. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when that person comes, right, and it's like, yo, yeah, so you know you're really better than your man, right? Yeah, you shouldn't need to be fucking with him. Yeah, fuck that nigga, get rid of him. See, you would know that that nigga is Yaqub. You see what I'm saying? And that you need to get him away from you because he's trying to separate you from the person that you really going to rise to the top with. You see what I mean? So that's why we study the lessons like that.
So like my way of seeing things, of course it's different, we got different experiences, but like my outlook on life is very much like it's been pictured from my teachers, from my fathers. He's very much
Yeah, see,
like,
you
the mindset is very much there. So
you like a throwback. You like a throwback because see, you know, if you was growing up in the 60s and 70s, right? You know, if you was, you know, before crack, that's kind of what you were seeing, you know what I mean? Brothers walking around with afros, dashikis, and the afro pick with it, you know what I mean? But I'm saying being that your pops, you know what I'm saying, your family was involved, so you still grew up around that. So that's why this resonate something inside of you, you know what I mean? It brings something out of you when you hear this type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're doing when they're controlling how these kids is growing up, right? And then what happens is nobody's dealing with them now until it's too late. You see what I mean? You wait until they're 14 and now they're already in gang. When you're supposed to take them out of it, you know, send them outside and play football instead of playing these games. You see what I mean? But all of that was a part of an indoctrination of society where it's like, yo, they start putting all this dangerous stuff on TV and it scared everybody's moms to death. You know what I'm saying? They started putting the kidnapped kids on the back of the milk. Look, I ain't gonna fool. They said, look, they had to stop doing that because it was scaring the kid. It did. You know, listen, it used to be like, yo, you be looking like that. Man, yo, he was older than me, man. And you thinking like, man, they got you, they can get me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm saying all of that type of stuff, the crack era coming out and the violence rising and all of that, right? The mothers was like, nah, y'all gotta stay in the house. You understand what I'm saying?
Me personally, it's just like, I don't know, like, I've been around that, like, you know, stereotypical home shit, you feel me? Like, into the street leagues, I got friends that's in that, my brother was in that. It was like, I'm around it, but it was just like, it's never really me. I wasn't gonna like fit to that, you feel me? So it's just like, I've been around it, cool, I know y'all cool, but I'm not trying to be on it. And even as I get older, because I'm young, I'm still 21, but I just turned 21, you feel me? So it's like, as I get older, I know that there needs to be other places for kids to be doing other shit. So it's like, I'm trying to, honestly, like, I'm trying to bring back acceptance, bring back different types of schools, like different types of activities, like for kids just to be in other shit instead of being in like, what's already around.
I got boxing classes on Sunday. Yeah, tutored for kids 7 and 19. You know what I'm saying? I got free boxing classes. You know, I'm just saying, adding on to what you're saying. That yeah, I'm there with you. I'm with that idea too. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, next Sunday we will be giving out book bags. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you gotta introduce yourself to the young kids. You see what I mean? And then they can see you a certain kind of way. I mean, there are people that just come around and don't notice them. And you go over there telling them, yo, you know, y'all shouldn't be doing this.
I grew up going to summer camps out there, so like every summer camp that I used to go to, I went back, worked that. You feel me? I was kicking with kids, like we go adventures, sometimes like just to get familiarized with people in the area, like let them know that I used to go here too. Like once you have that sort of connectivity, it's like it's not no strangers telling me.
That's where we gotta start over. We gotta start over. But like I said, it's people, which that's, you know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, how they said. You see what I mean? So the kids that's at the gang banging age, they're the ones that everybody like, yo, how do we get them? By getting to them before they get there. You know, this is once that's they in for a pound once they get there. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta catch them before they put a pin in. But you know, yeah, that's what you know, it's literally, we gotta be the example of that. You see what I'm saying? And then, you know, the next people they bring up, you know what I'm saying, they'll you know, everybody's gonna pick up the baton. You know, the people who choose themselves, they're gonna pick up the baton. You know, whether you get to be there in the time when it's moving and shaking and all these new rights is coming, or rather you there in a rough time, you know what I mean? You getting the baton to the, you know, because you gotta remember, you know, let's be generous. Let's be generous, right? And say, you know, we 150 years in. You know what I mean? From so-called the end of slavery. You know, for me, I count sharecropping as slavery. You know what I'm saying? But that's me. But let's say we're 150 years in since, you know what I'm saying, Juneteenth. You know, look, the stuff that we undoing is 800 years old.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, it's so many different attacks that we came under, right? To undo all of them while still being under attack. You understand what I'm saying? New attacks is, yeah. But that's why you gotta start with the young one. That's how the Father is saying, got to where we at. Because they taught us when we was young before they really got a chance to indoctrinate us with all the other stuff.
Yeah, like my family was all in schools, they was talking about Panthers, they was talking about
Yeah.
they was talking about.
Yeah.
Like they never went to a regular school, so it was just like they grew up with that mindset, they grew up in that space. So like being around them all, like stuff.
You know what kindergarten means? It means child's garden. And they you know, in the history of the Western Europe, right? Germany was the kind of the last ones to the party in the nation thing. You know what I'm saying? And you know, because you know they never really was an imperial colonial one. That's one of the things that led to the rush on Africa and then World War I is that Germany wanted in to this colonial power that the rest of them had. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, Germany was late to the party, but obviously they rose to the top really fast. You know what I'm saying? And they went over there and they asked them like, yo, how you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like how'd you whip this into a nation? Everybody speaking the same language, you know, militarism, you know, patriotism, all this stuff. See how you do that? To compulsory education. That means you gotta go to school by law. You know what I mean? Like when they first came with compulsory education in America, some people was waiting on their porch with shotguns. Like, you're not telling me where to take my child for the drawers. You take my child. First of all, we got work to do. You know what I'm saying? You know what the fuck you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Second of all, how the fuck you going? I ain't sitting over there. You know what I mean? If I want to, I do it. But if I don't, you can't make me do it.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But just saying that the compulsory education, look, that's the real reason for early childhood education. All that preschool shit, if they can indoctrinate you by the time you're 5, see, like if you don't go to kindergarten, I seen this with my own kids, right? The ones that they got to school at kindergarten, right? They not woke. You know what I'm saying? Because they kind of had their values and principles when they got there. But if they can start indoctrinating you into all the bullshit, look, that's why I seen this on a what's your name too, on a show about capitalism, documentary about capitalism, when they was talking about advertising to children, where they were saying that if you could get brand recognition from a child by the time they're like 6 years old, you got that customer for life. You see what I'm saying? So this is one of the reasons why they want you in here, right? Away from the values of your family. You see what I'm saying? Because there's really no way for them to, they really can't, there's nothing they can do when that's the case. When people have something else that they're more loyal to than the government, there's nothing they can do. Like that's why other countries, you know what I'm saying, that don't have that strong national thing, like, nah, we our tribe. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people in Afghanistan that don't know that's called Afghanistan. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Like there's people that was in you know, Illinois, right? That had no idea that the Louisiana Purchase took place.
Thanks.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some other shit that y'all did. You know, y'all went to Switzerland and decided that this is Afghanistan. Like, yeah. You know, I'm down with this tribe right here. I'm telling you, it's my family. It's my family tree right here. You know what I mean? Or just look, they got those people, like those uncontacted people in South America and all that. They don't know that this is the Amazon.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, so it's that same kind of thing.
I was just,
But yeah, you know, come through, like I said, I'm here on Mondays too. You know what I'm saying? The brother Sunez is here on Thursdays. When you came on Saturday, that was a lot shot.
yeah.
Yeah. So those is I think they starting something on Wednesday. I think it's Sunday starting on Wednesday now. I ain't sure what time that starts yet.
Basically, it's keep coming like Monday morning or something like that before.
I mean, you gotta, fashion 3 days. You know what I'm saying? Come with a notebook. You know, because I'm a little bit old fashioned. You know, I'm not. Yeah, I'm in the first run. You know what I mean? But it's plenty of history already transpired by the time I came. But I'm still kind of old school. So you come with a notebook, and I'm gonna tell you what it is, and you're gonna write it down. You understand what I mean?
Oh, all right, so
That's
I do that on my own, like fast.
Huh?
I do the fasting on my own.
Yeah, you can fast on your own. I mean, if you want to fast with some other people, yeah.
No,
Fast on your
I
own.
meant like, I didn't know if it was like some sort of like actual like process.
Oh, nah,
it's like
it's one of them things where, like I said, it's something you're gonna learn about yourself. You understand what I'm saying? Do that. So, like if you was younger, you know what I'm saying, then I would fast 3 days with you. But you're already old enough, you already. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, you know what I mean? You write it down. See, that's the culture. You see what I mean? Because see, now look, that also means I gotta be on point. You see what I'm saying? And because now look, that's showing you now when you go to do what you're saying, the things you gonna do for the little kids, you gotta be on point. You understand what I'm saying? That's how we start to transmit this culture where you see what I'm saying? That's something that it's not going, if I just give you a book, you're not gonna see that part of it. You understand what I'm saying? That's why you gotta become a 5%er to really learn about the 5%. You can learn about us, and that's what anything. You understand what I mean? Meaning, a person, I can look out and see that that's a car, right? Down me, I know how to drive it. You understand what I'm saying? There's levels to it. You see what I mean?
I just wanted to make sure like
And man like that, you know what I'm saying? But it's like I said, it's also a mindset that goes along with it. You know what I'm saying? Like when we, in the degrees, you get into the degrees, you want to see we got a degree that says what is the duty of a civilized person? The duty of a civilized person is to teach he who is savage civilizations, righteousness, the knowledge of himself, and the science of everything in life. Love, peace, and happiness, right? Now, that's also a progression, right? To where when you get to the lessons, right? Now you get into the knowledge of self. See, like certain things, we just talk about certain things in the world, right? And then you just seen, what a 5% mindset draws up from these things. You understand what I'm saying? You know, these is things, you know, being civilized and righteous, because, you know, these degrees is the type of thing where, see, all the things that I just analyzed about how they did wrong, that means I can do it. You see what I mean? And I can do it better than them because I got the whole shit. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So I gotta be righteous before I really have this knowledge. You see what I mean? Because then that would be a difference on what I do with it. You see what I'm saying? I gotta be civilized, you know what I'm saying, just, you know, general, you know, because you can't go teach people, you know, you haven't bathed, you know, you're not civilized. You know what I'm saying? You know, or even in terms of, you know, you don't want to be a do as I say, not as I do teacher. See what I'm saying? That's also a part of being civilized, where, you know, you're going to tell people, go to school and you're a dropout. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I mean? So that you got that degree and you can actually tell a person and show a person an example of what that degree got you and what you was able to accomplish through that. You see what I'm saying? Gotta be civilized. You see what I'm saying? That's why sometimes people don't listen to you, because you're ready to display that you're the type of person that don't listen.
I'm gonna be around more. I had missed like a week or two besides, but I'm definitely gonna go to class.
So, you know, like I said, it's one of the things, you know, this is something that you gotta do in your own good time. You understand what I mean? Because you know, you gotta really absorb this. You know what I'm saying? When you come in, you're not coming to church. You know, you come into, you know, you observing examples. You know, you see a lot shot. You know, somebody been doing this 50 years. You understand what I mean? You know, you come, somebody's been doing it 34 years. You know what I'm saying? We with, all right, you just seeing the example, but really, it's the practice of it. Both definitions. You understand what I mean? The practice, right? Meaning things done in preparation for the real event. You know what I mean? But also the practice, meaning the physical, real exercise of doing something. You understand what I mean? And, you know, a person practice medicine. You know what I mean? There's things that, see, and that happens nowadays, where you got people, you know, you are, you know, you got whatever, however you define yourself, right? You know what I'm saying? but you don't do that thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, to be a basketball player, you gotta play basketball. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you gotta, and that's what I mean when I say the practice, you know what I'm saying? Meaning the preparation, but also the practice, you know what I'm saying? Meaning the activity. You know, and that's what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying, on your own. You know what I mean? That's one of the things, you know, because, you know, this is a jewel for you right here, right? See, you gave me this certain thing, right? You see, really, we not giving you the knowledge, right? We bringing it out of you. Yeah, see, we just telling you certain things that is stimulating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm able to, even when you speak to me, like, I'm able to connect things with my own shit. Like, without you having to put it into detail for me. You get what I'm saying? Like, I really understand what you get.
See, now look, that's another skill you gotta develop when you're going out there in the midst, right? You gotta remember that, you know, when we speak is a certain language. See, I can say all of this, right, in a way that you didn't understand. Which is, you understand what I'm saying? So you gotta learn how to, because that's what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, look, you gotta know how to drop down on the blood block and say, yo, look, this is what I'm trying to do right here. So for you gotta be able to drop down on the crip block and speak their language. You understand what I'm saying? You know, all or whatever is the language, you gotta know how to express this knowledge like that. See, now is where Supreme Alphabet come in.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
See, I didn't know about the connections as far as like how it was used and why it was used.
Yeah, people would be, until you really, that's what I'm saying. If you use the internet and all type of stuff, you're not going to do that. You understand what I'm saying? You just,
I was telling what I'm saying, like, even when you Google it, like, I don't even want to touch that because it's just like,
yeah, that's now look, and that's what I tell people. Now, if you just want 120, yeah, you go ahead and Google it. They sell it on Amazon. For all y'all don't want to know, they sell it on Amazon. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I mean? That's the thing. I tell people in a minute. See, this is 126th Street and 7th Avenue. If you just want 120 lessons, that's it. Go up on 127th Street and 6th Avenue. That's what Muslims make it to you. If not, you go, Melchizedek is selling 120 lessons in 5% and NOI versions. So whichever one you want, one or both, you go ahead and get it. It ain't going to, you understand what I mean? It'd be like, look, if I give, it's like giving, a blind person a TV. I didn't want to. I'm looking for something because I don't want to make fun of. It's not a group of people. I'm saying. I'm just saying the ridiculousness that you can give somebody something, they can't do nothing with it. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. So for that, you don't have to waste my time. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm busy bringing the knowledge out of people. You know what I'm saying? If you just want something to pile on top and mix in with all that other bullshit you're thinking, go ahead. You understand what I'm saying? That's what happens. People, you waste your time with the wrong people, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, see, you go out there and you show the kids some love, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna show you some love. They're not thinking like the other people is thinking. And that's what you want to do. You want to catch them before they get up. You know what I'm saying? And show them the fullest potential, right, of what that is. You know what I mean? Who they just are before they get involved with all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Because that's what happens. They don't realize what their full potential is. So they get to something that they think is going to take them to their full potential. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what time is 6 o'clock?
It would be at 6 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? But it'd be other brothers here, you know what I'm saying? Like the brother with the gray hair, you know what I'm saying? Those brothers walk with the family. You know what I'm saying? So, the classes is here, a little kind of semi-formal, you know what I'm saying? And nothing else, you know what I mean? You make it to the class, but you rest right here at home, you know what I'm saying? It's people that is doing this before I was physically birthed, that be over here every day. So, I'm sure they got some jewels, that's how I got where I'm at. So,
Definitely come on. What you call it? He had told me looking to the book. There's a message to the black man.
The message to the black man, it's a good book, you know what I mean? Because, Elijah, he planted the seeds, you know what I'm saying, that this end up blossoming from. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't know if you want me to tell you what the message is, or you want to read it and then see if you get the message and come back.
Yes, I'm gonna read it first.
Yeah, read eyes, I'm gonna read, but see, that's the thing, is that message, right, is That's why we're not Muslims. See what I'm saying? Because we got the message. See what I'm saying? If you, look, if somebody brings you a message, right, and you understand the message and you say, all right, thank you, tell the person I said peace. See what I'm saying? But see, if somebody brings you a message, you don't understand it, then you gotta keep talking to the message. Hey, we said, you said what? We said, what you see the man? So, you know what I'm saying? You gotta ask the message question. You see what I mean? So they over there to get clarity from the message. You see what I mean? But we got the message. When you read it, you understand what I mean? Then the next we build after that, you see if you got the message.
Yes. My mother had to go get a body on these errands with my mom real quick.
Yeah. You know, I used to get caught up in that too. But we around with 5%. I'm supposed to be going to stuff, you know what I'm saying? See, you already made good headway, being 5%.
She gonna frown. Listen, so good. I appreciate that.
All right, okay.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, I got it. If my team's them. My team's them. Oh. Keep this AC cracker. Whew. Another day, another dollar. So back here, we get back. Is the God IB still in the room here? You know, I guess we could deal with today's class really, you know, I'm glad the brother came through so we get into some knowledge and wisdom there. But yeah, these are some things right here that I've been wondering about right here. Is IB still in the room? I wanted to ask IB if he knew that there was some kind of appeal process going on, and the anti-chokehold law that was instituted after the George Floyd, what would you call it? What's the word for what happened with George Floyd? Yeah, the God IB right there. Yeah, did you see that? I guess it was the NYPD. They appealed the anti-chokehold law, and they got certain parts of it knocked off. Like there's supposed to be a certain part, if I'm not mistaken, that's about compressing the diaphragm or something of that nature. And on appeal, they took that out. So I guess you know, the police are allowed to do that. Did you notice that? Is anyone else noticing that? You know, because see, this is how it happens. You know, you have this big, you know, fanfare thing, oh, the city council passed this law or the state passed this law or whatever. But then a lot of times that those appeal processes go on behind the scenes. See, this is the parts of politicking where it's like, okay, you thinking because you voted for certain people, right? And then this is what the face on the outside is showing, but behind the scenes, things of that nature is going on. And also here, Amber Guyger, I don't know if y'all recall that. There's another little news story I passed about an appeal. What's going on outside? Peace. Yeah, it's great. Peace. Yeah, Amber Guyger, remember the cop that walked in the dude's house in Texas and shot him?
No.
You remember that story? Yeah, the dude was in his house eating some ice cream, watching TV.
Right.
The cop comes to the house, comes in, shoots the guy. Then her story is that she thought it was her house and he was an intruder. Yeah, she lived in the floor under his.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she came in. So yeah, she tried to appeal her
case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She lost. Yeah. So you know, once again, the appeal process, how many people heard about that? You see what I'm saying? So, you know, be aware of that with a lot of these situations. Did we just get it pacified? You know, was that summer, last summer, when, a lot of demonstrations was going on, right? Is it being allowed to, be negated by the fact that there's no follow-up? You know what I mean? Like I'm saying about when you just voting every 4 years and they're not paying attention to none of the other stuff. Nah, it's not politics.
Peace, God. You got any plastic, empty plastic bottles? You know, the water bottles?
Nah, I ain't got nothing.
How you been?
Yeah, everything peace. And we don't want to get we don't want to get this video taken down. By the way, when I was speaking and I said that if we're talking about housing for Black people, then somebody would bring out, well, what about housing for Black women? I want everybody to remember that this is a Hotep channel. That was just an example that came to mind very quickly. But this remains a Hotep channel. But the stuff I'm about to say right now, we might have to edit this video. But I'm just saying that, is it me or is climate change is what's going on right now? Because I had a hoodie on the other day, and this is August. And I'm just saying, we haven't had an August, to my New York August, in a couple years. Peace. How's it working out around y'all way? Is it getting warm? Because I know, I'm thinking maybe it's something. What'd you say there? 793rd is snowing in Brazil. See, that's what I'm saying. Although, this is what I'm saying though. In defense, this is what I'm saying on both sides of the fence. I'm not saying it's valid or it's true or not true. Because look, on the West Coast, they saying it's a drought going on over there. That all the reservoirs on the West Coast is drying up. Does anyone else notice what I'm noticing? So knowledge loss, it was 90 degrees or better in the last couple of days, and for the last day and a half, it's been raining off and on all day. So this is just in Milwaukee. Jarrell Boylan said climate change is real on the West Coast. You got the largest fire in the history here. No, that's what I'm saying. That is, maybe it's some other phenomenon that they need to explain. I don't know. Now, July said the earth is out of whack. Everything is upside down. I'm in love a lot. It rained twice out here last year. Weak rain at that. That's why we got so many fires. So Milwaukee and the surrounding areas, it's been in the 90s. Now July and Jarrell Boylan saying the West Coast is really experiencing the global warming to a great degree. Climate change, however you would say. Because, I know that, when we talking about, year on year, right? The actual scientific measurement of the difference in the temperature, right, might be imperceptible, right? But, they've been talking about global warming for, 40 years. You know what I'm saying? So, by now there should be, at least a perceptible difference, I'm thinking. A perceivable difference. Old 793 said in Oregon, you can get locked up for fireworks since one spark could light a whole forest up with all that woodland. Chief said, yeah, but if you cut down millions of trees annually, poison the water so the reefs aren't producing as much oxygen, change going to come. Now, I said, what about El Nino? I mean, that's another aspect. Chief, brought up just in terms of, at least in America, the trees that they cutting down annually, I'm not counting those, but you gotta remember the whole Midwest was forests. And they cut all those forests down to put that farmland out there. So all of that, in terms of the balance of, how the water falls and what impact the water has when it falls and the topsoil and, all of that moves into the dietary law of why they got to use all those fertilizers and, GMO stuff on those crops out there. But El Nino, is this supposed to be the El Nino year? Because, it's like a cycle. You got El Nino, and then you got El Nina. Jarrell Boylan says United Nations Environmental Commission says the world will need to stop using fossil fuels by 2050 or face dire consequences. Yeah. The United Nations, they have very good propaganda when I was a kid, but they snakes, man. As I said, the West Coast is getting hit hard. Cali is going up in flames. Literally, we got a fire now that's already burned 500,000 acres with only 20% control. Fire last year burned 1 million acres. So what is the like you said you in love of law, right? Like what is the possibility that it could because didn't a couple of years ago the fires came to Hollywood? What would be the chances that she could actually make it to LA? Yeah, not saying that the rest, but that's like the heart of it. The blizzard in '96. Yeah, I remember the blizzard in '96. The blizzard in what was that? '87, '88. I think that one was worse than '96. '84. Yeah, I remember the '84. I remember that too. I remember that one. It was a couple, but I still think that that was '87 to '88, man. Whoa. Jarrell Boylan said, this is an El Nino year. The global temperature has risen. Amon Gilker said, ocean water temp. So it was Malibu, not Hollywood. So what's the GI? Where's Malibu from LA? Now, Zala said, you're right. It was Hollywood in the Valley area, which is only a 20-minute drive from the heart of LA. My folks had to evacuate because it crept up right behind the house. They stopped it there. Damn. So yeah, it's man. Because is it true that they've been like stuff is going on with the water? Like they've been saying that they had to introduce some like measures because water is getting so scarce. But yeah, that's bugged out, man. Oh yeah, see you up in Rochester. See the blizzards we talking about, that's a regular that's a regular January here in Rochester. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was hearing about that. Yeah, where the actors and stuff lost their homes and everything, man. Yeah, that's crazy, man. But yeah, it's it's I mean to me that's uh it's a phenomenon, you know what I mean? It's something, that's to me it's a phenomenon that out here I'm wondering like, what are they talking about global warming? Because I'm wearing a hoodie in August, you know what I'm saying? And on the other side, it's getting to dire conditions. So now the topic, the elephant in the room topic the vaccine mandates. I don't know, the state, am I gonna get banned? Am I gonna, this, I don't know, I don't know what got into me. I don't know what got into me putting these topics up there. Drought boiling, so all due to the drought is bad. The water level in the lakes has lowered significantly, but the rain and floods is due to the ice caps melting. Yeah, I mean, I know I've been kind of following that story. The everything from the Hoover Dam to the desalination, different projects going on, and even people, certain places where they're recycling the water, the sewage water, or things that I've seen have become, those are the things surrounding that issue. Like, I've been paying attention to that. God's favorite said the vaccine is going to make your sperm count low. I mean, hey, look, I don't know what it does, but I will say that, it's clear to me, right, that, you're not being 100%, you're not being 100% honest about all the potential impacts of this treatment. You know what I'm saying? So, I can't say it's not going to do that. You know what I mean? Because, it's something that is designed to give messages to your DNA. It's something that's designed to put, new instructions, new paragraphs into the instruction book. So, it's, Ahmad Gurkha said the temperature of the ocean water has risen a degree or two. You gotta have visa. He should have said experimental package or jab. Yeah. The wordsmith. Well, I don't know if the mandate is in every state. I know it's in New York City. It's like a countdown going on. You know what I'm saying? By next month sometime, uh, they're going to be instituting a mandate that if you want to work or eat in a restaurant, if you want to work or work out in a gym, go to like a theater, Broadway, the movies, et cetera, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to show proof of vaccination. Apparently, they're coming out with some form of ID called the passport. So the guy IB said they're saying that the legal precedent is a 1905 case that mandated the smallpox vaccination. Chief said the mandate won't be approved because it doesn't prevent you from catching, which is the standard definition of a package jab. So Knowledge Allah is saying this might end up being, this is becoming, a new divide for all of America here, the vaccinated versus the anti-vaxxers. My Guyger said also the points per milliliter of CO2 is at an all-time high. Well, you got to kind of go back. You got to include what Atif was saying too. With that carbon dioxide, the trees consume that stuff. So you cut the trees down, that's going to happen. So as you say, if you want to work in New York, you're going to need a shot. I mean, so far, it's not everybody. It's one of the things where, we had to see. 793rd says saw footage of the unrest in Europe over adhering to shutdown restrictions. Yeah, I mean, that's another possibility. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, how it's going to turn out if they put that mandate in. For me, I think the people that's dealing with the mandate, is people like de Blasio, that you're trying to do something on the way out to make it look like you're doing something, but you need to get the fuck on. You know what I'm saying? And, first of all, they already got something for that. Like the real people that's behind the scenes is like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with de Blasio, man? Don't he know the Delta variant is going to make the rest of them take it? Why are you doing that? Why are you going to do it in a way that's going to make them rebel against it? Do it in a way that make them think they want it. Selling fried chicken dinners at the church. I ain't seen that in a minute. That's I don't know where that went to. I haven't been in a church in a while. Philip Deschazor said, were the natives infected with smallpox through blankets or vaccine? I mean, it's just, you got to remember, we have, all types of germs is already in the body. And your immune system is just keeping them in check. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times when you get sick, that doesn't really represent the, bacteria or virus entering the body. That represents your immune system breaking down, and then it loses the fight. You see what I'm saying? So, what you said here, California is considering a bill that would protect people in the line getting the vaccine because the anti-vaxxers are out here protesting exactly the, man. That's pretty crazy. The guy B said, usually the vax and anti-vax people are on different sides of the political spectrum, but that this is causing people from different sides of the political spectrum to agree on this particular topic. Yeah, you already knew the bootleg was coming out. You said, were the blankets a simile for the vaccine? Nah, there was no vaccines when they, you talking about the 1500s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. But you gotta remember, I was saying that in terms of you having these diseases, it's just the contact with them pathogens that their immune system wasn't used to was introduced to them. It's not necessarily, they don't necessarily have to give them any blankets. You know what I'm saying? Let's say there's some people in the Indian Ocean, in the Andaman Islands, you know what I'm saying? Or even the tribes of people that's in I think it's like 2 different tribes in the Amazon that they call uncontacted tribes, and it's just going amongst them, breathing on them causes them to catch illnesses that their immune system can't fight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Needles or vaccines. This is. So the guy B is saying that there's a video on YouTube, with an exchange between Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci concerning gain of function research, which is apparently the research that Fauci was approving and funding, before all of this went down. Nah, nobody was poked with a needle with smallpox. At least not in, the time that you're talking about. the time of conquest of the Americas by the Europeans. He said the spread would lessen if everyone washed out their mouths, noses, and ears with salt water. Now, as Elijah said, the pox virus was all over the blankets. They gave them the blankets as gifts for winter, but it was trick, knowledge, and deception. I mean, I mean, I understand what you're saying. You want to do it, technically, just the explanation behind them saying that. But what I'm telling you is that there was like walking germ factories. Like it ain't, you don't really don't need the blankets. Like that probably happened, in a situation, but it's not like, okay, this one thing happened, they gave out blankets, and then, Indians all over the Americans dropped dead. That was just one form of the what would you call it? The biological warfare. But just their presence, you coming around, you gotta put a mask on. Ain't got no mask on. They just spread, you shaking my hand, all these different things, it's just their presence in the midst. Come on, DC, Ron. Why you gonna go in on him like that? This child is just a man. Yeah, tell him, RB, Europe was filthy, man. You know what I'm saying? They, that was that was even, when you were, from New York, you hear these stories. You know what I'm saying? But there was a lady named Typhoid Mary that used to live downtown. That she was they just say she used to be going down to the it was like a community thing where they went to get the water. And he was saying that, yeah, she was just spreading it to the point where that's her name, Typhoid Mary. Like it's still buildings. Well, they might have torn them down, I don't know. But I'm saying when, back in the days, there was buildings on these islands there's a few islands between Manhattan and Queens and Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? And of these islands, you got Ellis Island. There's a couple other ones, but a couple of those islands had hospitals on them. And those hospitals was for people to be quarantined when they came from Europe. Like, I don't know if that knowledge goes all around, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of those people that they be saying, yo, my grandmother or grandfather or whatever immigrated here, they might have left that part out. They had to stay out there for whatever was the period of time until they got rid of the typhoid and tuberculosis and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just saying that that's their history. It ain't, they didn't have to go out their way. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, yeah, that you talking about one, or maybe not just one, but a few events when that happened. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta remember, the Americas is big. They're encountering Indians, from Canada all the way to Chile. And they're encountering them over the course of hundreds of years. So, it was a whole bunch of events that took the Indians out. You said we were within the Buffalo Trails. What's the? See, I gotta stop y'all, man. Y'all going in. This is why I took the skunk out the lessons. Here we talking about Buffalo Trails. Everybody make sure you did the each one, teach one, hit the like button. Oh man, yeah, knowledge. Store, we will that's a long story. We need to start at the beginning of the class with that. I said when I first heard we came before Columbus, I thought that made sense too. Apparently there's some corrections I think that had to be made by Ivan Van Sertima. He made them or whatever, but you got to do other forms of reading, corroboration. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, right? See, the people, right, that was called the Indians, right? See, two things about them, right? Uh, One mistake the European, I won't say mistake, but one thing the Europeans did, right, is misnamed them based upon them not knowing where they were. Based upon the Europeans thinking that they was in India, they call these people Indians. You know what I'm saying? And another thing they did by putting that name on them, right, is now they've been designated as one people. And the reality is the people that was here when they came here was not one people, and they didn't all get here at the same time in the same way. See, because let me give you a little clue on that, Philip Deschazor. Why is it that some tribes was wiped totally out by the European diseases and some tribes survived it? You thought, Christopher, you thought like they came before Columbus was written from a white point of view when you first read it? I mean, he does have a name that throws you off. I will say that. Elijah said the Native Americans are original people too. Yeah, but not all of them. Canada call them First Nation people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to use the name. It's not like I'm trying to make fun of them. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm saying, whatever is the name that they decided on. Joe Self says some tribes got the vaccine. What do you mean they got it? They got multiple doses that they're administering to their to their people. Native Americans have the highest COVID rates. Didn't know that. Slave codes in 1705. What are the 1705 slave codes? Farmers Lonely said, why do they make it show that one Olmec head? There were a lot more Olmec heads and artifacts that I've seen. I've seen, pictures where they have a couple of different ones. When it comes to those artifacts, that's one of the things that Encyclopedia Brown gets into is that, a lot of these things, they present it to us. We see a picture, they showing us a particular angle that illustrates, exactly what they want us to think about it. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of these things, yeah, you kind of got to go there and see it yourself. When it comes to these kind of, uncorroborated theories, I would say that that's the biggest reason is that, for the most part, different people use the Olmec heads to try to prove whatever their point is. You know what I'm saying? And so it wouldn't serve you to show other things that don't illustrate your point or, might make it seem like, what you're acting like is the purpose of this thing is really just a coincidence. You know, is it possible to have a Black American in 2021 whose whole family, were never enslaved to this day? They would be some fairly inbred people, and we also would have a question of when did those, you're saying they're Black Americans, right? But, if their family, came from some other country, you know what I'm saying? If they were in an isolated tribe before they came over here, then, that's kind of a different history than my family. You know what I'm saying? But if you're talking about people who were here prior to 1865, then this person would be seriously inbred because you don't have very many people who remain free, and then you never mixed in with no other. You know what I'm saying? That would mean that you would have to be, these few families would have had to keep reproducing each other. So the 1705 slave code, you said things like that, Black people could assemble without a white person present or a white man, no firearms and no slaves away from their owner's premises. God I said there's an Olmec head at Lehman College, like a full size one. The original Mr. 120 said in a lot of the other depictions, they look more East Asian. They're in terms of the DNA project, their DNA, I think, is from like Mongolian, is, when I say from, it's based upon the people that are there now, you know what I'm saying, in the known migrations. You know what I mean? So the DNA that their people that did, or the people that their DNA matches up with, is from that area. You said free forever. I mean, what I'm saying is, you know, uh, you know, 'cause if I'm understanding what you're saying, right? You're talking about a person who has no ancestors that were enslaved, right? As opposed to, can a person trace an ancestor that wasn't enslaved? The way I understand what you're saying is no ancestors that were enslaved. So I'm saying that, uh, eventually, this person may have been from a slave owning family, you know what I'm saying? But eventually, other Black families gained riches too, whether it was through, the church or whatever it may have been. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know of any society amongst Black people in America that's predicated on that. You know what I'm saying? Like you got the boule and, et cetera, stuff like that, right? But that's not predicated on you having never been a slave or having no ancestors who were ever enslaved. So, and I'm saying I don't know how you would do that without that society existing. Bill says, for the most part, the Caucasian cannot tell the original people apart from our features. I'm saying which people, which you mean like they can tell Wolofs from Mandinkas? So Lily Wallace, welcome to the channel. Lily Wallace said, if we really do a great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower population by perhaps 10 or 15%, says your science guy, Bill Gates, not grandma. I mean, like I said, to me, Bill Gates is he's the, he inherited this mission right here from David Rockefeller. That whole, overpopulation, we need to do this GMO food, high fructose corn syrup, all that stuff was related. You see what I'm saying? Because, this was one of the big questions, how are we going to feed all these people? So, they've been using that in order to, provide a shield for the, economic interests that they're pursuing. Yeah, I would find it. I'm sure that person would have came out and said something. Like I'm fairly sure, you said the persons whose ancestors were never enslaved to this day. Bringing elevation over here talking about what I missed. You ain't been here in months, man. Talking about what you missed, man. See how people do? The 5%, man. But yeah, that's So, I see what you're saying, everything except for the my science guy. But I understand your humor. Phillips Deshajar said, just picturing the possibility of perpetual pride in our ancestors' fight to remain free. Maybe it happened or is happening. Well, I mean, for me, that doesn't really, because see, here's the thing. If you haven't felt none of this, what I'm saying, in 800 years, right? Either you ain't see no action or you was down. Like you was down with the slavers, or you was somewhere isolated, you know what I'm saying, in some place that hadn't been explored or whatever the case may have been. So you didn't see no action. But for, other than that kind of narrative, it just, I would, if I met that person, I definitely have to. So Reveal 360 says the native in America from the African by 1705. Well, what's in the 1705 codes that say that? Because a lot of these laws, the way they're written up and everything is different factors that you got to take into account. You know what I mean? Like in some, the Indians wasn't being counted. And so you might see something where it only says, white people and black people. And so, it's reasonable to say, well, yeah, that's because they was counting the Indians as black people. But the reality is they meant for them to die. So they didn't count them. They had no commercial value. If you don't have commercial value, you don't exist in capitalism. Like if you're not getting an unemployment check, you're not unemployed. If there's no, just like polluting your river, that's not a capital thing. Like until we get a lawsuit about that, where we can put that on the balance sheet, that don't even exist. So, that's the thing. Event 201. Yeah, I remember you told us about Event 201. I looked it up. I can't recall. So West Coast Wise said there's a good amount of people that actually believe in depopulation and all were original. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, I've been hearing Nelson Rockefeller say this since I was in elementary school. So yeah, there's school teachers now, that grew up with me that senior, got tenure. I don't want to act like I'm old, but I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So there's grown people, senior citizens that have grown up under this idea that we need to depopulate. Well, love, you see, technically, the Garifuna was enslaved. They successfully rebelled against it. But yeah, like I said, it's one of them things where I don't know how oh yeah, right. That was event 201. Yeah, where they had a whole mock. And what's wild, to God I be, is it always turns out to be a simulation occurring right before these events, there's always a simulation. There's always, a test run there kind of. You said, understand that a slave could not remain Garifuna. Well, this is what I'm saying. If you get captured, right, and you wind up in the Western Hemisphere, there's still, you successfully rebelled against that. At the point where you enter the door of no return, you're a slave. Some people, we almost here at closing time anyway. We had a good conversation. You know what I'm saying? What's the brother said his name was again? I can't recall, but that was good building with the brother right there. Phil says that law was passed to legally take land and mark them all as property. Kind of mixing histories. This is kind of what Carmen's Lonely brought up a minute ago in terms of the Olmec heads being used an Olmec head being used. Now, love, I disagree. Because there's Africans who came here in, the 1850s, 1860s, who were still slaves and spoke their language from Africa. But with these Olmec heads, you know what I'm saying, and some of these pictures that are used to kind of make the Native Americans synonymous with Black people. Is because not for nothing, and look, I respect their culture and everything, but son, they really don't got that much stuff here. To say, they're like, yeah, this is like Egypt. Nah, dude, you don't got that much stuff here. You know, them rune stones and stuff, you don't even know where that stuff comes from. I mean, love, there's a whole town. King, what was the name of that town again? Where they had the sunken ship. There was this sunken ship that was the last slave ship. No, love. We're not speaking theoretically. I'm saying there's an individual named Cudjoe, I think Cudjoe Lewis. Cudjoe Lewis was a slave. I mean, he worked on a white man's plantation and did not get paid. He was freed in 1865. Peace. With the other slaves. And he spoke his own language. There's him, there's another lady too, that African town in Mobile, Alabama. Thank you, Jackson. And those people in that town, they have a whole community of people who speak their African language. They cook their African dishes. They have the history of their African past, but they worked on a white man's slave plantation picking cotton and not getting paid, not being able to vote, being 3/5 of a citizen. The Muslim guy might have been Cudjoe. I don't know what Cudjoe religion was, but I know he was interviewed. He probably got a chance to say, but I don't know what it is. Renuko Rashidi was kind of doing, what's that? Renuko Rashidi and Clyde Winters do what? Yo, dude. Philip Jessup said, can we be prisoners of war that never stop planning our people's emancipation rather than slave? Oh, showing pictures. Yeah, a lot of times they showing you these pictures and they're showing you particular angles. Meaning, look, I can show you pictures, right, of cowboys, white cowboys, driving on the range, driving the cattle, and they look black. They complexion, you know what I'm saying? This, you talk about primitive cameras, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know. I mean, I see what you're saying, love, but see, I've never see what you're doing right is making separations that I don't make. It's just like saying that a sharecropper is not a slave. Like, granted, if you're working for no money and you don't do that work, motherfucker whip your ass and you can't do nothing about it, you a slave. I don't care what you still know. I don't care what language you speak, man. You are a slave. But Philip, yeah, look, in terms of the beginning of it, most of us is we could fit under descriptions of that. You know what I mean? You know, we could be, you know, some of us are over here because we're prisoners of war. Some of us is over here because we was betrayed by our own family in some cases. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, the history is the history. See, it's one of them things like I say with crackheads, right? You know, people don't usually come up to you and say, yo, I smoke crack. You see, when a motherfucker finish smoking crack, they say that shit every day. Hey, I used to smoke crack. You know what I mean? Yeah, I ain't smoked crack in this many days. You know, I used to smoke crack, right? Yeah, when I was smoking crack, see, they can talk about it because they've overcome that. You see what I'm saying? They've put that in the realm of six, the limitation of that time when they did it. And so now they don't have no problem talking about it. I'm not perpetually in that state. I just know that's the history. So see, I can speak freely, just like I speak freely now about the things that I did when I was a Christian and things that I thought and, you know, foods that I might eat. You understand what I'm saying? Like when I had the knowledge a couple months, right? I wasn't walking around telling motherfuckers, you know, I got bombed up the block, right? Yeah, before, yeah, I ran into the old brothers. Yeah, they bombed me, guys. Now I didn't say that. But see, now that I've risen above that and I've learned the lessons that I had to learn from those situations, right? Now I tell you, yeah, man, I just guess you get bombed, man. Yeah, that situation, yeah, they bombed me that day. You see what I'm saying? So, for me, I'm just saying this is not an issue that once upon a time that happened. You understand what I'm saying? That you know, and see, you can't leave out that history, right? Because it's regardless of whom or what, right? It's that's a part of the story of you. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Point of view. See, I'm not looking at it from inside of it. I'm looking at it, just like I'm looking at me being 85, where it's like, yo, that's a whole other, it's like if that was a past life. Certain things, when I go in a store, like it's only a rare store that I go in that I even see the pork rinds. Like they have to put that shit somewhere where it's right out. Other than that, I don't look in that section. Like I don't, it's been so long since I was looking for something like that that I don't even. So the history, look, there's a lot of things about the history, man. I'm from the projects. That can have an impact too. People from the projects don't get embarrassed very easily. people, people from the projects, it's not a lot of shame in your game. Come on, the projects. So that shit don't bother me. I embrace it, man. Nature boy Ric Flair. Woo! That's my style. Yeah, that's peace, Philip. Revealed says here, slavery was mastered among their own first, Europe, as well as Africa, India. Well, the word slave comes from Slav. The the Eastern Europeans had always been used as a slave population. As well as the peasant class, supreme power peace, the peasant class, specifically when you deal with the British history, the peasant class was shipped all around, meaning, America, Australia, South Africa, all the other colonies of the British Empire. You know what I'm saying? That was also one of the reasons. See, when you first brought up the slave codes, reveal, that's what I thought you was talking about. Is that some of the first slave codes, that was what they did. They made that separation between the white people, right, who had been indentured servants, and the black people who probably have always been under the designation of slave. However, the slavery still was a limitation of time you get out of it. You know what I'm saying? So the slave codes I thought you was talking about is, once, they started coming together, you know what I'm saying? And, they rebelling against the slave masters, right? That was one of the things they did to create that division, you know what I'm saying, was give these indentured servants, certain rights. Because remember, at that time, you still got to be a white man that owns land to vote. So you're not, they're not really getting, equality with the slave masters, but they're given something that is like, okay, now I don't fuck with you no more. You see what I mean? So just like I said earlier, a lot of times they say divide and conquer, but what you would see, at least just as often is conquered and then divided. Lily Wallace. Why did Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats wear kente cloth scarves and knelt down for their photo op? Because that was the day they sold out all of the USA. The best thing about that, Lily, is that we didn't go for the okie doke. The reason they wanted to do it was clear. You know what I'm saying? They needed the numbers is tight right now. In terms of, these elections, is coming down to, like 200 people, out of 100 million people that's voting or whatever the case. You know what I'm saying? So they got to do everything that they can to try to keep the coalition on board. You know what I'm saying? And it was clear that the brothers and sisters was losing confidence in the coalition. You know what I'm saying? We was in the streets. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, what you saw was a tone-deaf attempt to get the Black people on board by people who never really cared about us from the jump. And so what they did came out stupid and clumsy. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it comes down to the necessity of Black people in the coalition. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, you know, the political, the democratic, like IB could probably put in a little bit better terms than me in terms of, you know, you got the, you know, different demographics of people, you know what I'm saying? You know, soccer moms or, you know, Black people, Latinos, you know, the LGBT, the unions, et cetera, that make up a coalition of people that vote for the Democrats. You understand what I'm saying? And we are absolutely imperative to that coalition that they have right now. So they had to, you know, they tried that. It was, I mean, the very best part of that was that we didn't go for the okie doke. Not one of us that I seen. So, you know, nice try, Nancy. Mr. Spock says slavery was like going to prison at one time, and the slave could still rise to prominence, not a form of dehumanizing people like on the poor part of the planet. The original Mr. 120 said, how many of those slaves rose to a prominence, though? Not a lot, I bet. Well, I think that's kind of the cutoff point. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that and that's something that needs to come out a little more. You know, what is the actual story, right, behind these you know, Black slave masters, you know what I'm saying, and the stories of people who came before the slave codes. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of those stories aren't told. I ain't gonna say they're not known, you know what I mean? Of people who, you know, may have, you know, like we hear a few stories from later on, like the 1800s. We got stories like Frederick Douglass, you know what I'm saying? People who were slaves that got their emancipation, whether they worked for it, whether they escaped, or whatever the case might be. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of you know, I mean, we can look at American history, you know what I'm saying, and see that, yeah, there were not, you know, there's not a lot of brothers and sisters, you know, even if they were slave masters that rose to that level of prominence, you know what I mean? Like other slave masters, i.e. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, rose to the level of prominence of being president of the United States. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, prominence might be, you know, not exactly the word, you know what I'm saying? But people who rose to, you know, at least enjoy some of the luxuries that was going on in the luxuries that was going on here in America. You know what I'm saying? And IT brings up a good point too, in terms of the caste system. You know, the white supremacist thought, right, already existed by the time they got to the wilderness of North America. You know what I'm saying? Like this idea, you know, they always exist, but look, the seeds of this idea had been existing. Aristotle said the Ethiopians was cowards because their skin is black. So, the seeds of this idea, have been around. The seeds of this idea, is, already, the time of like the Roman Empire and all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's just not as obvious. It's not as obvious because, Europeans are mostly interacting with Europeans. But that don't mean that they don't already have the seeds of this idea that it's us and it's them. See, that's the part where I don't agree with people when they say race is a social construct. It's not. It's clear that there's some differences between me and them, and who we are and what in the fruit that we bear. See, what's the social construct is the meanings in the hierarchy, the meanings that we assign to race and the hierarchy that we use to deal with races. That's what's a social construct. And with Green, Atif said when ex-slaves rose up here in the US, their towns were burned down. I mean, but see, here's the thing now, Atif. Here's the thing, Atif. You see, how do I word this? Let's not leave out the, who would you say, the option, the possibility, and in some of these stories, these emancipated slaves, right? How many emancipated slaves may there have been, right? That, they got emancipated and they left with that white female indentured servant. And then their offspring also made it with poor white indentured servants that had came to America. And that right now, there's not some Caucasian man out there telling you about how his family rose through all of this. But that little coinky dink is left out of the family story. That's why I say you gotta know, like some of these stuff is just statistics. Without knowing the story behind those statistics, a lot of times the meaning is ambiguous. Is racism a social construct? That's pretty much, that's what I mean when I say the meaning in the hierarchy, the meaning of race, right? Like what the race means, like, does it mean you smart or dumb? Does it mean you civilized or savage? You understand what I'm saying? And then the hierarchy, right, that we use to deal with that race, that's what I mean when I say racism is a social construct. See, a ism, right, is like an idea. It's a manifestation of an idea. You know what I'm saying? Like you got Catholicism. You know, that's the, idea of Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Racism is the idea that race establishes your place in society innately because of the race. It feels that every town that was built by original people had a lodge in it as well during Reconstruction. I mean, look, in Reconstruction, there was no NOI. Fard was just, barely being born. There's no Elijah yet. So at that time, right, the Masons is the 5%. We look at them a certain kind of way, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of the way we looking at them anachronistically, you know what I'm saying? Like we looking at them and judging them based on our time, right? So we like, these cats is doing stuff for a secretive, but remember they existing in the time where you could be killed for knowing how to read. They exist in a time where, a colored person is just like what you just said. A colored person is supposed to be there when you're congregating. Like these is, different. I'm just saying, hey guys, now look, see, today is stupid for you to be doing that. Like you look stupid, concealing the secret, and I'm here on motherfucking YouTube. You would be stupid. That would be like you trying to keep it a secret that computers exist. Everybody knows computers now. So yeah, now you would put a different judgment on somebody doing that. But at that time, the things that they was doing, right? This is what I'm saying. Look, strip away that you disagree with what they or how they teach. Strip that away, right? And this is what they did, right? They started the sorority system, you know what I'm saying, to get the young brothers and sisters educated. Because that was their idea at that time, is through education, you know what I'm saying? That's how we was all going to be elevated, that whoever was the people that was able, you was smart enough to get that education, and then now you come back and translate that into a language where you could teach it to all the people. That was the idea, and, it did happen. A lot of those people, those is the Thurgood Marshalls and the Martin Luther Kings and the people that went on to affect change for us. The people who went on to be the first doctors and lawyers in these places and establish all these towns and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So, you gotta look at them for who they are at that time. See, the same way how people be talking about this Masonic stuff, there was no Masonic shit going on in Egypt. But you did have, once Ptolemy came in, right? And he knew that, okay, the Pharaoh is a god here in Egypt. So he wanted them to make him a god. And they told him, nah, son, we can't put it in you. We can only bring it out. But you ain't got it in you, son. We can't help it. So he started killing them. And so, yeah, you got to go underground. Today, it would be stupid. At that time, they was using their head. You know what I'm saying? You know, when it's the lessons include time and place. See, we the 5% on this poor part of the planet Earth at this time here, right now. So self said, if you would line everyone on the planet up from lightest to darkest, do you think you would be able to tell where one race begins and the other ends? Yeah, I do. Because, in my, this is, let's be clear. My understanding is that we're used to seeing mostly mixed people, especially as Black people in America. We're used to seeing mixed people. And so we have this, concept that people come in all, no. Mixed people come in all shapes. You see what I'm saying? So like in America, we used to saying that Vanessa Williams is Black. But where's the native tribe of Black people that look like Vanessa Williams? So I'm a little bit strict with that, though. See, I don't, you know what it is, man? I'm stop talking to y'all about this. See, I don't know. See, Black seed, you got our own way of seeing this. I don't understand. Bill said Black was an idea we had to define. I think the lines got blurred with that adjective. No lines didn't get blurred with that. See, this is what I'm saying. At one time, right, people ain't having names for atoms. Like I'm talking about atoms, the building blocks of all things in existence. When somebody came up with a name for atoms, that didn't bring atoms into existence. Atoms always existed. But until you realize that you needed to define it, you didn't put a definition on it. See, when Sham God designed the universal flag, right? The sun, moon, and stars didn't come into existence. So just saying that, Black came at this time or that time, because there's no contrast. Like, we don't walk around in New York, right, saying that we're New Yorkers. The only time that really comes up is when we're around other people that aren't New Yorkers. Then it becomes a reason to define it. But that don't bring that idea into existence. The way it was defined and the way it's used may be something that's just social. But like I said, man, if you don't believe there's no such thing as race and that's just a social construct, if your woman brings you a white baby, I want you to tell me, I want you to say in front of, I want you to come to the rally with this white baby. Tell me that's your child and you know it because there ain't no such thing as race. I wouldn't fall for that bullshit. Vanessa is native. Native what? Because there ain't no natives nowhere that look like her. What are you talking about? Was she native European? With native what? Because this is what I'm saying now, Kareem. That's not what she said. That's not what they were saying when she won Miss America. I was around. I saw the pictures at my man Mario house. She sang on the Pocahontas song. What was? He said there is a book called Black Law Dictionary made just for those people who can't identify with self. Oh yeah, I didn't even know what the Pocahontas song was. That must be something new. The Where's Suzette Charles? Suzette Charles, I know that name. Who's Suzette Charles? Oh yeah, that was the girl that took her place, right? After she after she after Vanessa Williams got stripped, Suzette Charles was the next up, right? Yeah. Who knows, man? You know how these bros do. So yeah, you got me talking now. This is a Hotep channel. Blame 79030. Yeah, no, I don't even remember what she looked like. I don't know. I don't even remember what she looked like, man. I think Vanessa Williams had the pictures, man. You said I'm an 80s baby. I recall going to see the movie Pocahontas with my sister when it came out. A grown-ass white lady was crying when they were about to kill John Smith. Hilarious. Yeah, I didn't uh yeah, I remember. I mean, there was a Pocahontas cartoon. I wasn't into that kind of thing. Uh, you know, I can't. It was like I recall it, and I think I saw it, but like that stuff and Bambi and all that stuff like that, I never really was in. Like I ain't even understand. You know, uh, like when Bambi's Mars got killed, it didn't affect me like that. I don't know. It didn't like everybody else. So I was like, yeah, I just, like, other things. See, I guess it was always something in me. You know what I'm saying? Because look, I remember when Roots came out, one of my favorite parts in Roots is when a lady spit in the lady cup. Remember it? I think it was a old black lady, right? And she was a slave, but like when she was a little girl, she used to play with this white girl, and they was like best friends, everything, you know what I'm saying? And somehow or another they got separated, like they reached that age where it's like, okay, y'all can't play together no more. You know, you go be a nigga. You know what I'm saying? So the white lady, you know, or the black lady, whatever, she was traveling someplace, right? And she runs into the white lady. She sees the white lady, and it's like, yo, you know, on a she's like happy as shit. Like she's like, oh shit, I seen her in a long time. But the white lady by now, she got cold and hard, you know. So, you know, she just never get me some water. And she went and got the water and spit in it. that was one of my favorite parts of that shit. Because she identified with the lady. Like I didn't identify with you know, Bambi. You know, I didn't, you know, it's just you know, but I used to watch, I still do. I love to watch nature. I like people saying I don't like animals. I like them. I just like them to stay in their habitat. I stay in mine. But you know, I watch you from over there. So you know, I used to watch. It used to be a show that used to come on called Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom. It should be this dude on there named Marlon Perkins. You know, anytime, you know, I got a couple of brothers that they chase the cougars. I call them Marlon Perkins. But this is a hotel channel. But at any rate, on that show, you know, you see animals, they be hunting each other. And you know, that was the way the dude used to explain it. That you know, it looks bad, but this is nature, you know what I'm saying? This is the way it works. So I wasn't, you know, but the black lady was a real person. Lester Williams is mixed. Alex Haley did get sued for some fabrications in Roots. So, oh, I didn't know that was Kizzy. I haven't seen the movie in so long, but that was Kizzy that did that. But yeah, Alex Haley, yeah, he apparently stole someone else's story. Yeah, we got a little wild kingdom going on out there in the yard. Yeah, I can't shit. I used to watch Glory by myself. My old Earth used to get mad that I no longer cried over the whippings. I picked that up from Denzel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, I ain't really crying. I just remember that, uh, you know, everybody definitely had their boxing gloves in case they saw any colored people. Everybody, everybody came to school with their boxing gloves. Right, yeah, that's what happened. Supreme Power, yeah. The white girl was teaching Kizzy how to read. And yeah, when they caught them doing that, they separated them and shit. Yeah. The honeymooners, you should watch that every night. Talking about. Used to watch uh the Odd Couple and then the honeymooners. Yeah, honeymoons, that was like a New York staple. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot because the stuff that they used to be saying on there, was New York stuff. You know what I'm saying? And Jackie Gleason, he was another big draw. Because remember, he was in Smokey and the Bear, you know what I'm saying? And he was in I don't know if y'all up on that movie. It was a movie, what was that? Not The Gambler. It was a movie with it was Jackie Gleason, Robin Redford, Paul Newman. It was something about gambling. And so, Jackie Gleason was actually, one of those colored people that the brothers dealt, the brothers liked him. All right, Supreme Power, that's peace. We got some more units coming out soon. Lily Wallace brought up the Jeffersons. Yeah, the Jeffersons, definitely, the Jeffersons is, if you didn't watch the Jeffersons, then I might have to question, I know it's a lot of things what they say about that now. The Hustler. Yeah, that was the name of that movie, The Hustler. I know there's a lot of, things where they say, we try to, what's the word? We try to police blackness. But if you didn't watch the Jeffersons, I gotta question your blackness. I got it. Like if you came after that time, like look, let's put it like this, man. I give you a pass if the first time you seen it was the second lineup. If you seen it with the second lineup, it might not have had the same impact on it. The bootleg lineup. But I don't know how you could live your life without having seen the the Sting. It was that thing. I can't recall the name of the movie, but it was a it was about Khan and I guess it was the Sting. You said, wait till your father gets home was coming on in the early 90s, taught me what my school teachers thought was entertaining when they were kids. I don't even remember, what was that? Wait till your father gets home? Yeah, that's my mom. That was like a little short-lived joint. Lionel was on Sanford and Son? Which one, the bootleg one or the real one? Yeah, that whole era of shows, you had a lot of spinoffs. But yeah, for a minute in there, it was for a minute in there, almost to the point where for me, right, the Cosby Show didn't have the impact for me that it had for other people because I had been watching Black TV the whole time, like in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, looking back at it now, it was just a couple of shows and they didn't last that long. I'm saying at that time, I felt like there was plenty of black TV on. You know what I mean? What's Happening, Good Times, The Jeffersons. I saw Benson as a black show too, because Benson was the main guy. I watched it for Benson, you know, and the other people was like some crazy white people that was there, but Benson was the guy, you know what I'm saying? Somebody brought That's My Mama, you know what I'm saying? It was another one that was out, you know. And other than that, yeah, I don't know if I was really watching that much TV. You know what I'm saying? Soul Train, you know, like most of the stuff I was looking at, you know what I'm saying, was black. You know what I'm saying? So when other people was like, yo, you know, Cosby, you know, was this groundbreaking thing, like, nah, not really for me like that. You know what I'm saying? Plus the fact that, you know, Cosby kind of coincided with me hitting the streets. You know what I'm saying? So, on Thursday night, you know, back, you know, we talking about before direct deposit. You know what I'm saying? We talking about before direct deposit and all that. People used to get their checks on Thursdays. So I wasn't really playing that inside on Thursday night. Yeah, 227 was another show. You know, I saw it a little bit. You know, it wasn't. That was another show that by the time it came out, that was the shows that I watched. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of other shows, I recall seeing them, but other shows had to have a cool character. You know what I'm saying? Like I watched Happy Days mostly for the Fonz. You know what I'm saying? I watched One Day at a Time mostly for Snyder. Remember dude Snyder? He had the cigarettes. He had the cigarettes tied up in his shirt right here. I remember I used to come to school with a bar of soap tied up in my shirt. Oh, now Born King said something in the head right now, but look, don't lie, Born King. I know it's a Hotep channel, but you didn't like A Different World for the scintillating plot twist. Listen, you wasn't interested in the scintillating plot twist over there on A Different World. You know what I'm saying? That's another show I used to watch. Look, they had a black guy and a couple of cool characters. Remember WKRP in Cincinnati? Who's the name of that show? WKRP, right? Like that. No, the dude, like I used to lock in on the black person. So that's another show that I saw as this black guy's the star. And these kooky white people is, you know, they like the straight men. Jalissa, the other dark skinned girl, I thought, at that time, the one that was studying to be a doctor, that used to stay in the room with They used to stay in the room with Denise. New York Undercover? Nah, I ain't like New York Undercover. Dukes of Hazzard, yeah, I had my time on White Dukes of Hazzard. Hill Street Blues, never watched that. Oh, that was Kim? Yeah, that to me, that was she was definitely she was putting the hurting on all of them. But Jalissa definitely she you know, Whitley, she was dope in House Party though. White Shadow. That was another show, yeah, from back at that time. I saw that as a black show, you know, even though the white guy was the, you know, kind of the star of it, you know, yeah, that was a black show to me. I'm saying, what was New York Undercover? Wasn't that the show with the dude that came out now? Yeah, I remember Rock, but once Rock came out, like as the Cosby Show, which shot Cosby Show came out like '83. So you know, I'm just, you know, I got both feet starting to come off the porch when the Cosby Show come out. By the time the Rock comes out, I'm lost. I'm like, I'm lost cause. You know, so I remember The Rock, but I've probably seen 8 episodes. You know, New York Undercover, it just was a cop show. You know, I didn't like it, man. You know what I mean? And I just, at that time, I felt some kind of betrayal. Like, you know, as odd as, you know, I guess my mindset was that twisted at that time, that just that you had these two brothers, you know, being cops and making it look, you know, I didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't like that. I didn't like 21 Jump Street. You know, that was really like that to me was just like, yeah, that's some snake shit. Hey, you motherfucking cops coming in. You know, it just started making me look around at motherfuckers like, yo, is that stubble on your face right there? But yeah, those two shows, I didn't like the whole idea of that at the time. Hill Street Blues, definitely never watched it. Cagney and Lacey. I mean, I remember Cagney and Lacey being on when I was real young, like, you know, when I used to be in the house at a certain time when the lights came on. So I saw a couple of episodes of it, but nah, I can't really see it. Look, you know, the last cop, I don't know if I ever liked the cop show. You know, I liked a couple of detective shows. You know, I like Beretta, you know, I like Dan Tanner. No, what was the name of that show? It was Vegas. And the dude's name was Dan Tanner. Like Starsky and Hutch. Like Mod Squad and that type of stuff. Other than that, I ain't never really like no cop show. I can't really think. Yeah, on cop shows, I didn't like them. Yeah, Welcome Back, Carter. But look, Welcome Back, Carter was another show that just I locked in on Cochise. You know what I'm saying? It was a inner city show. You know what I'm saying? You know, it was all different type of people on it. Bonanza. I used to watch Bonanza, absolutely. But you know, Bonanza, they used to rumble every week. Saturday night, third grade. Uh, New York Undercover was trying to be cool hip hop cops. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't like that. Like, don't, you know, stop it. He was five when the Cosby Show came. Yeah, so you know, Man Called Hawk. But you know, look, I like the Man Called Hawk, but again, I was all the way in there. So I wasn't you know. Yeah, Born King, you know, I didn't realize that until I was older about Huggy Bear. Yeah, Hell Up in Harlem, you know, that's yeah, Family Matters, Fresh Prince, yeah, all of that. I was all in. Like I saw a couple of episodes, like I know who Urkel is and all of that, but The Equalizer, I saw a couple of episodes of that. But again, if it came out after 1985, you know, 86, I just, you know, prime time TV was just not my thing. You know, I wasn't going to see that. Huggy Bear was supposed to be from Milwaukee. I don't even remember where was Starsky and Hutch. I don't remember where that was set at. Yeah, the Flintstones, now you talking cartoons, though. That's different. But now all them shows, MacGyver, you know, nah, I didn't really watch them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'll tell you a cop show I like, Columbo. Even TJ Hooker, like TJ Hooker was all right, but it wasn't like my favorite jump off at all. Oh, you saying Antonio Fargas is from Milwaukee? Oh, yeah. listen, listen. Shaq, I used to come to school in full character. You know what I'm saying? Look, I was that kid that used to stand with his thumbs in his pockets and shit, like the Fonz. Yeah, listen. I used to, I used to have beef with somebody, and I put something on my shoulder and be like, "Knock that off! I dare you." remember that? Remember that commercial? We dudes and put the battery on his shoulder. He said, "Knock that off! I dare you." Oh man, Rivera said, "Oh, Big Valley with Lee Majors." Yeah, Big Valley. That wasn't my favorite joint, but yeah, I'm in Big Valley. I definitely Gunsmoke over Big Valley. Gunsmoke and Bonanza battle it out for my top jump ropes. You know what I'm saying? I like the other dude too, the Rifleman. Like the Rifleman. But yeah, the Westerns was dope. I like the Westerns. Reveal said Family Matters had me thinking as a kid that Chi-Town was sweet. Yeah, you're right about that. At the time, I remember people telling me that, right? When Good Times was out. Like at the time, it's not registering to me that they really saying Hard Times. You understand what I'm saying? And I remember my physical telling me that, those projects is real, yo. Like, it's just crazy out there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because at the time, like, it can't be crazier than this. Like, you know what I'm saying? But, I do recall, not realizing, you know what I'm saying? But that was the first time I heard of Cabrini Green. You know what I'm saying? Kojak, I give you Kojak. Kojak, I like Kojak. But Kojak was a cool character. Who loves you, baby? You know what I'm saying? Kojak, and, it was a boring show, but it had exciting parts. Hawaii Five-0. Didn't like Hawaii Five-0 that much, but it did have some good parts. Miami Vice was decent. It was something that went along with the times. But ultimately it wasn't something that really was like my joy. You know what I'm saying? It was it was all right. Yeah, the Fonz, you can't front, man. The Fonz was the man. Remember that time the Fonz got in that fight with that cat? This cat was supposed to be bad. Him and the Fonz went in the bathroom, and the dude came walking out first, and then he fell out on his face, and then the Fonz came out a second later, like, yeah. The 18 was my joint. Kung Fu was the joint. But y'all going back a little bit now to, these are shows that was out, before I really was going outside and nighttime and all that. And Jarrell Borland is right too, you know what I mean? Because of Mr. T, I saw that as a Black show. Yeah, that was Cabrini Green. And that Good Times was supposed to be in. Oh yeah, old people don't stop looking at Westerns. Wonder Years. I remember when it came out, and it was a funny show at first, and I remember the very first episode came on after the Super Bowl. And that was what kind of got me into it. You know what I'm saying? And even though they was colored, you know what I'm saying? His kind of pursuit of Winnie Cooper, that's what kept me kind of, that to me was the best part of that show. Like a lot of other stuff I don't really recall. You know what I'm saying? I remember it was that cool dude that was in the beginning and he went to Vietnam and got killed. Kendall Rowland came in. But yeah, the Wonder Years, I saw a couple episodes of this. I mean, their shows, I saw them, but it's just like being into them, you know, like if I, you know, like see, like right now, Edward Green said, yo, one of the GDs, Pop JJ. See, I recall that episode. I recall that happening. Like we could talk about episode for episode. Like, yo, remember the episode when Michael had to fuck that cat up in the basement of the projects and shit? When they recruited him into the gang and Florida took him to get a jacket back, and the dude, he tried to disrespect Florida and Mike had to hem him up. See, a lot of these other shows y'all naming, I couldn't do that. It's going to be a new Wonder Years with a black kid as the lead character. Wow. Is that right? Your Candyman was supposed to be in Cabrini Green. You know, I was watching some shit the other day that they was talking about part of where that story comes from. Like what I hear is that there was the scene that's in there where he killed the little kid in the bathroom, that apparently that happened someplace, that a little kid got mysteriously stabbed up in the bathroom. But that another part of the story about him coming into people's house and the shit dealing with the mirror is that a lady got killed in the projects, and how she got killed was that there was like there's a certain passageway or something that leads to a pipe. Like this passageway was put there so that plumbers wouldn't have to break through the whole wall in order to fix something in the pipes. And somehow the people that lived there found out that that pipe was there and that it was a way that you could take the mirror off in this bathroom, go through where the little hole where that pipe was, and come in through the mirror in the next apartment. And that one night through them doing that, they returned this old lady and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like a part of the legend that the movie was based on was about that. You know, little trivia. Oh yeah, see, Jack King, he's seen it right here too. That yeah, they was going through the medicine cabinet. They was going from one medicine cabinet through the other medicine cabinet. So the scene that you see in the movie where she's, you know, saying something in the mirror and then something happens, that's supposed to be Don Cheadle is narrating the new Wonder Years. Oh man, you gonna bring up the stomach mumps? Yeah, that was crazy, man. You had the stomach mumps. The Wonder Years is going to be executive produced by Lee Daniels. I mean, I hear his name, but I'm not really familiar, like with, you know, I hear a lot of stuff, but I'm not familiar with like anything about him. So. Hey man, listen. That's the way the cookie crumbles there. But yes, time to retire for this evening. You know, of course, we have tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Be there or be square. If you made it this far, do the each one teach one, hit the like button. Share this out on your other channels. Of course, you know, we had some discussions today Hopefully I don't get y'all put in Facebook jail for posting this, reposting it. You know, at any rate, he said Lee Daniels is like sugar on the floor. Lee Daniels is responsible for Precious and Empire. We do that. Now, I only saw the ending of one episode of Empire, and I didn't see Precious. But I think I know what you mean. You'd be surprised how much pop culture I've missed. you would be surprised, man, the things that I've missed. But yeah, I missed Precious. I missed Empire. I've never seen a whole Medea movie. You know, a lot of things that you know, I've only heard about 3 Cardi B songs. But see, one thing you gotta understand about me, I have tremendous powers of concentration. And see what that means is that I can focus on you, and I can also focus off of you at a very intense level. So, you know what I'm saying? There's things I can try to be right there and not pay no mind. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm gonna sign off right now. Say peace. My battery's about to die anyway. We don't want to drop like we did last week. And so I'm gonna say peace, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.